Just when I realize you've been shutting me out, I start to reach for the sky and nothing's falling down. Ooh, everybody knows how the story goes, but fairy tales have been lying to me. Every time I try, you just run and hide. Now I'm finally feeling free. Tell me, can you see me now, while I rise above the crowd? Who would've known I'd make it out your broken world? No, you thought you tore me down. I'm not giving up now, you know. So tell me, can you see me now, rising above, and nothing's stopping me now. And nothing's stopping me now. Nothing's stopping me. Now I know my fate, and they won't fail me now. So thanks for showing me all that I am about. Ooh, everybody knows how the story goes, but fairy tales have been lying to me. Every time I try, you just run and hide. Now I'm finally feeling free. Tell me, can you see me now, while I rise above the crowd? Who would've known I'd make it out your broken world? No, you thought you tore me down. I'm not giving up now, you know. So tell me, can you see me now, rising above, and nothing's stopping me now. And nothing's stopping me now. So can you see me now? Can you see me now? Tell me, can you see me now, while I rise above the crowd? Who would've known I'd make it out your broken world? No, you thought you tore me down. I'm not giving up now, you know. So tell me, can you see me now, rising above, and nothing's stopping me now.
I wanna live, I wanna die under the light of a great southern sky. I wanna run straight through the night, chasing the stars with a heart open wide. under a great southern sky. There's a song, you can hear it playing in a country town. The anthem of the young and free, that's what I'm talking about. Like flooding rains and overflows, desert plains and red dirt roads, walkabouts that take me home, a place that everybody knows. In the state I'm in, it's on my mind. In the place I live, I'm so alive tonight. I wanna live, I wanna die, under the light of the great southern sky. I wanna run straight through the night, chasing the stars with a heart open wide. High on a plane, in thunder and rain. I wanna live, I wanna die, under the light of the great southern sky. There's a spirit, can you feel it growing in this countrywide? From the burning sun in Arnhem land across the great divide. The children singing out aloud, we are one and we are proud. The future's starting here and now, sing it all together now. In the place I live, I'm so alive tonight. I wanna live, I wanna die, under the light of the great southern sky. I wanna run straight through the night, chasing the stars with a heart open wide. High on a plane, in thunder and rain. I wanna live, I wanna die, under the light of the great southern sky. Under the light of the great southern sky. I wanna live, I wanna die, under the light of a great southern sky. I wanna run straight through the night, chasing the stars with a heart open wide. High on a plane, in thunder and rain. I wanna live, I wanna die, under the light of the great southern sky. Under the light of the great southern sky. Under the light of the great southern sky. It's the truth that in love and war, worlds collide and hearts get broken. I wanna live like I know I'm dying. Take up my cross, not be afraid. Is it true what they say? The words are weapons, and if it is, then everybody best stop stepping. 'Cause I got 10 in my pocket that'll bend. You lock it, I'm tired of all of these. Why can say come with me? Wait, it's just about to break. It's more than
Show me a piece of your heart, a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. I'm turning you up to getting down, down. Show me a piece of your heart, a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. I'm turning you up to getting down, down, down.
What? Sorry, just quickly. What if it's
Da da da, da da da, down, down, down. Da da da, da da da, da da da, da da da, down, down, down. Show me pity, show me party. I'll be what you want, and it's physical. Keep it subliminal. Show me what you want. Show me pity, show me party. I'll be what you want, and it's physical. Keep it subliminal. Show me what you want. Show me a piece of your heart, a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. I'm turning you up to getting down, down, down. Da da da, da da da, da da da, down, 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 down. Da da da, da da da, da da da, da da da, down, 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 down. Show me pity, show me party. I'll be what you want, and it's physical. Keep it subliminal. Show me what you want.
Can you hear me now? Joel, can you hear me? Is my microphone working? Okay, beautiful. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Hey, John. Where's the individual sitting at the moment, Joe? You would never think you'd have S-Pen trouble with a Kato. There we go. I think got it away. Now Ali out. Steve still has all those locos and stuff in the States. I've got to send him some money to post them to me. Not to mention this is the only M-scale FEF-3 that I know of that has a working Mars light. Thanks, Joe. I do try and keep a good electrical contact, but I don't keep the tracks very clean. And I always set it up so that way I always set it up so that way that, you know, no matter what, it's going to have the electrical contact wherever it needs to be. Try and improve on it if I can. And on my NCE system, I'm currently running at the 13.8 volts. I saw this the other day. So I can get this okay. There we go. So that's current track voltage and how many amps I'm running. And I've got my, I think it's a PB10 or something. Some sort of circuit protector. I've got that set for, I think, 3 amps before the system shuts down. Maybe 4 or 5. Where this big boy's sitting right now. If I ever wanted to expand, I was going to take this perspex plate off, and I can run a track line off there out. I'm running a 5 amp booster at the moment, but on the circuit protector you can adjust how many amps that goes off at, so you can set it for 3 amps, 4 amps, or 5 amps. So if it ever gets overloaded, it just cuts it off. You know, I needed a 5 amp system because I'm running a lot of sound low keys now, so it tends to eat up the juice quite quickly and lowers the voltage quite a bit. And yeah, even though the SB5 Smart Booster recommends, you know, you can use a 12 volt or 13.8 volts input, they say usually 12 volts on an N scale system, but considering the power cab unit runs at 13.8 volts, I've just run the SB5 at 13.8 volts as well. It just gives me that little bit more power, yeah, especially like with the big boy, that takes up a little bit of electricity to get moving. So on 12 volts, you know, I'm already halfway up the speed scale before it actually starts to move. Lycos tends to like it anyway, so. Also, for those of you who are watching, because I'm starting to get into my details a lot more, when I go to exhibitions, I can take the roofs off these workshops so you can see inside. When I'm at home, tuck them back on like that. Ah, good one. Ah, let's try that again, eh? Okay, what the hell's going on that I keep derailing? got issues. Why are you asking if I need a tissue? Yes, but no, they are all powered, the Kato units, F-8-9s. Ali, why are you asking if I need a tissue? Ha ha ha, Ali, ha ha ha. Oh, I guess I'll keep playing. Jump on, Ali. Actually, Joe, I think there's a guy I've seen on Facebook. I think he's got a YouTube channel, but he's laid out a kind of horror thing, and he's got a couple of tunnel entrances that are made to look like skulls. He's got a ghost train, last I remember. Yeah, might be worth checking out. So I think I'm doing my adult duties at night. Only you guys. Hang on. This is what I'm currently doing. So I do this at night so the wife can sleep. Well, the good is turning on. Yeah, that's all right. Oh my, what's that? What kind of turntable do you have, Joe? Is it like a Walters design or? Yeah, but I'm asking how's it controlled? Like, is it manually operated the turntable or is it electrically operated? Manual. What's the toggle switch do? So the toggle switch powers up the rails depending on what motor is on that rail. Oh, he's giving you kisses. No, I'm not running the Challenger at the moment, but I'm running the 844 FEF-3. And for some reason, it's been giving me issues with its tender. He's getting ready for work, Ally, as far as I'm aware. Which loco?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Shannon. Hey, good morning, Joel.
Oh, let's see. What's everybody up to this morning?
Having problems with the Kato unit?
Uh-oh, that's good. I'm just gonna set this up so it's over here. Let's see.
How about that? Who we got on this morning?
Was that sorry, Steve?
What's that, Shannon?
Yeah. What was that?
Oh, I said, who we got on this morning?
Ali's in chat. We got Bernard C. Joel. I did see Marty on there earlier. I don't know if he's still here. Claude was on for like a few minutes and then he jumped off to work.
Yeah, he's been working a lot. Oh, nice, I got a nice quantity in here. That's good. Chicky. Ow! Ow! That baby! Where the hell did he go? Ow. Oh, I want Drago. You don't want cameras. Drago.
No, it's not that. Like, I know what you're saying, Bernardo. It's a funny joke, but nah, the issue I'm having is the Kato centipedes, the designs to take tighter curves than the Athens stiff centipede. But for some reason, the centipedes on my Athens units, like my big boys and my challengers, actually navigate curves a lot better than what the Kato one's doing at the moment. And I don't know why. It's almost like something's not lined up properly, or it doesn't have enough weight for some reason, or I don't know. Could even be the drawbar's not allowing it enough slack. But every time I, reverse it through these points that lead into the yard, it just decouples, or not decouples, derails, and it's derailing over here, and I don't know why. There's nothing I can see for it to derail with. No, if I do that, then they won't go through the... I'll show you what I mean. Where am I? So on a Kato centipede, there's obviously a front pony truck that has rotation and movement. But then you've got the center three, which is sprung, and again they have rotation. Not a lot, but enough. And then you've got the rear truck, which is not spring loaded, but again, you can turn it. And it's also got electrical pickup. But for some reason, I'm getting this section here to derail, and I'm getting this section here derailing, and I don't know why. I don't know. It used to navigate in fine before, but now it's not. So I don't know what's going on. It might be something got caught up in there. I don't know. I have to pull it apart, but it's a bit of a prick to try and put all the wires back in. Are you there, Steve?
I am.
I was going to say, all that stuff that I've got sitting at your place.
Yeah.
Are you able to package it all up into one box and tell me how much it's going to cost to send it to me?
I sure can.
Just let me know, and then I'll send the money to you via PayPal or something.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, I could definitely do that. That's not a problem.
Okay. No rush, just let me know once you figured it out, and then I'll send the money through.
Yeah, I want to make sure it's packaged really good too. Don't want any issues. I don't want it to get there damaged. You know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I don't run pack nails, Ali.
What's that?
I'm just having issues with a Lycra that shouldn't be having issues.
I'm having issues with my iPad. Trying to keep that thing up and running. Ow, crap.
Hey, Steve.
Yes, sir.
I know these are a little bit pricey. They're about, I think, 80 US.
It's out of my ballpark.
No, it's a voltage and amp meter. Can you see it in camera?
Yeah.
Basically tells you how much voltage is going through the track and what amps.
I just wait until it burns up, and then if I find it's too much. Just kidding. Oh, God. It's supposed to be hotter than Hades here today.
Oh, that's nice, Joe. You scratch those up? Oh, beautiful. Look at that.
What is it?
It's a building of some sort. I'm not sure what kind of building, but it's got the roof, so it's removable. Oh wow,
Cool.
love the details inside of it, Joel. On the walls, she's got like, it looks like wallpaper, but it's like a map or something. Looks really good. That's beautiful, Joel. Well done.
I'm still trying to get things set up here.
Is the second level gonna pop on top of it like the roof kind of thing? And then you put the roof on top of that? Beautiful. It's a good idea because then you've got like essentially two different buildings. You know, you can either run a double story or a single story.
Sorry, baby.
Hey, Steve.
Yes, sir.
I just had an idea. I'm going to start adding figures onto the layout. Right?
Okay.
I'm going to try and get a set of figures of the back on track team to inconspicuously put anywhere on the layout.
Nah. You'll have to find us, right?
Is that white metal? Sure.
Plastic. I got several of them. I got bands so I can put dancing poles in the bar. They're actually
detailed.
They're real detailed. They're actually D&D figures.
The CNC. What's that? That would be a skeleton warrior.
Yep.
Oh, hang on, I'm not looking at the camera. What's that one, Joe?
Sorry. It's an angel.
Oh, nice. Oh, so you're gonna have like devils and angels.
Yep. My bartender.
I'm not sure if she's dressed or topless.
It's a dress.
Okay.
I don't do this. It's,
No, because
she's
the way
just
the
a-
camera is, you can't tell if it's just a full dress or if it's a dress no top.
No, it's a dress. It's totally. No, I don't do nudity, so.
No, that's fair enough. I know some people do it as a gimmick because it's a bit of a laugh with the parents and that.
Yeah. No, I just, like I said, it's kind of wasteland theme, but I think I can make a little bar and have like musicians in the bar and have a girl that owns the bar instead of always being some guy named Duke owning the bar. I'd be fine. Looks like I got a female warrior. I'm sorry, there's a focus, but my camera's not the best. I enjoy mixing fantasy with actuality, so like I said, my layout is wasteland.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about these little skeletons. I might put a little bit of flesh on them, make them like zombies.
I'm thinking maybe if you use like tissue paper or something. You know, just
You what?
tissue paper or
Yeah.
tissues. Just
Yeah,
put,
tissue.
just put like
Yeah.
tiny little bits and then just get the paint to kind of soak it in so it just kind of hangs down.
Right, so it ain't all thick, just keep it light and one of my locals died, so I have to get parts for it. My 260, my favorite locomotive, won't run no more. It's like spiking up, so I gotta take it apart and see what's wrong and try to fix it. Sorry, my voice don't work good. You can't hear me, I understand. Like here's one of the people in the band for the band. I'm gonna make a little video on how to put it and things like that. I think the little details is what makes a larger layout. I mean, my layout's not big, but the scale is larger. So I feel that because you can see more, you need to add more.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Like, you know, my layout's quite small as well. You know, it's a decent size, but you know, if I can add as many little details into it,
Yeah.
you know, like you know, like people will look at it and like, oh, look at that, look at this, you know, oh, look at this thing over there,
Yeah.
look over here. You know, whereas with a larger layout, you know, you can focus on some areas to be extremely detailed, but in other areas you can just leave unfinished essentially, and people would be none the wiser because there's just so much layout to look at.
Here's one of my latest. I gotta paint it, but I love dragons, so.
That's a nice little dragon.
Already got a couple of smaller ones painted. These actually ride on the roofs of my trains. They're like pets.
Yeah.
But these are one of my characters I have painted.
Oh, nice. No, it looks good.
I enjoy making stuff, it's kind of my deal. But like the flute, I gotta paint and stuff still, but the inside, it's actually, I went to Hobby Lobby and bought, like they have like maps of the earth in the paper section, so I just made it like wallpaper. I figured it's different, it's good, you know, good, a unique touch to it. I need to get a reefer for my layout. One car I don't have. I gotta get one. Like for the front of this, you can see I don't have the front slugger, so I can build a sign and just run flush, like keep it all detailed and stuff. I gotta make the door build, but that's just gotta do. But I'm gonna stain it. I got antique decals of like old bars and stuff. I'm gonna put those on. And like I said, my layout's wasteland, so I want my buildings all to look worn and battered, not new and perfect. Because my layout's wasteland based. And I figure wasteland, steam will still run. Everything else might not, but you can still burn something that boils. Make it run. It's like I always said, these zombies apocalypses. Don't get a truck, don't get a car, get a locomotive. You can fill up several gondolas full of dirt, grow your own plants, get several tank cars, fill them with water. You know, you can make a train of fortress.
Oh, yeah.
Stop it for people to rescue people. Like, hey, put up a sidecar, you know, and like leave a note. Come through here at certain dates and we will be here to pick you up. You know, it's like, I always try to think outside the box. I'm one of those people. I'm not a zombie. I don't like zombies, but I figure, gotta kill them.
Yeah, well, the thing is as well, like, if a apocalypse was to happen, we'll be back in the steam ages. You know,
yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. And by that time, there'll be plenty of trash to burn, you know.
Only downside is with steam engines, you have to get the boilers checked over every 10 years so they don't explode.
Well, that's law. That ain't reality. Trust me. That's the old days steam engines went years that being checked, which is dangerous, but that's just modern regulations. The old days, they were in trains for years. They gave them a tear down and overhaul. We're talking a time when there won't be no law. You know, you're talking wasteland. Hell. I'm doing it's fantasy. You got better materials to make spoilers out of nowadays. You got stainless, you got, you know, better materials to conduct and make with. You still get good steam. Steam's like my grandpa said. Steam's one of the most powerful forces you can use to make energy. Of course, the steam turbine didn't work very well, but that's a whole other story. And fried chicken. Anybody want fried chicken?
Oh, look at that.
Fried chicken. Cheesy tummy. Cheesy tummy. I raised her from a baby, so the funny thing is, she used to like other people. The older she gets, it's only me. You guys' layouts look great. I really like this style and the way they look. You guys got backdrops and stuff.
Well, that workshop, that's been something recent I've been doing. I'm not sure if you've seen a couple of shows where I've showed it.
I want to make a backdrop for mine where it's like, because I can paint, but make it where it's kind of curved edge to edge, and I can just sit it on and take it off and I get a train change. That way it kind of gives it some separation from, things around it.
So that's the old workshop there.
That looks good.
The badges will sit there. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to add some sort of access line to the scrapyard.
Yep.
But the best way I could figure out to do that was I pretty much had to remodel this whole section. And once I remodeled all that, all this was out, so I'm like, sweet, I'll add an extra siding in here.
Yep.
And now this whole yard, I can actually do a fair bit of switching in it.
That's cool. Yeah. My layout it only has one switch, but I thought about making another frame section for a switch yard. That way I can run it to that layout, but not have to not make it where it's connected to the blank. I can run it to it, clamp it together, and have a switch yard to go with it.
If you look at Dave Bouldin, he used to have an install layout called the Juniata Division, Pennsylvania Railroad. And one of his sidings he had designed like that, and what he ended up doing was doing the Pennsylvania Railroad, what's it called? Like, repair yard, where it's got like a siding, or like the natural siding yards, a back shop, and a car shop. And same thing, that is to just butt up against that original layout. So if you're trying to find some of his old posts on Facebook and that, you might find some of the designs in that of how he did it.
Yeah, I just do my own stuff. I just look at it, how I want it to work and look. Because my layout's kind of most guys in Owens already do mountain scene, mining, or logging. And I decided I'm going to make like a work yard that's fixing the locos and the cars and stuff. So I make mine like a repair yard. So I'd have a lot of sidings and little train, just make stuff for it. But find old train cars that are bashed and battered and reuse them. Chicken, right, This is a feathered dinosaur if anybody wants to know. Gonna show off? She knows what a camera is, and she's not camera shy. Now my other parrot over here, he don't like cameras. He'll bite them and he won't be them. He'll walk away.
Yeah, I've been seeing him going up and down the cage before and looking over.
Yeah, he's. I don't keep my birds in. That's just where I'm at hiding to play with. But he don't stay in. He's out. He can run around all he wants.
I only really go in there to sleep. That's about it.
Yep, that's it. a rescue. He was someone who owned him, they took care of him, but they didn't give him attention. He plucked his feathers all out, so I'm working on him to not pluck him, and it's so hard because it becomes a habit. So I gotta make sure that I'm watching him all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, he felt very neglected.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, birds are not the type of animal where you neglect. They,
Yeah.
you know,
They'll self-put himself.
you know, they have a family relationship.
I just took him to the vet. The vet says he looks perfectly good to go. His reactions got very good. And she gave me some ideas how I'm doing it. I bought him different food, and I made a spray bottle of aloe vera water and some bird calming medicine to spray him with the aloe vera and water. And it seems to be helping.
That's good.
Steve, what scale is your layout? Is it in scale?
Yes, it is.
Cool. I like the mountain backdrop you have on it.
Well, I got that from Claude. Yeah, that was a gift from Mr. Chris.
That's cool.
Yeah, it makes the layout, I think. I think it just absolutely makes it.
I was saying before on my light, you see where the one tunnel opening is flat? I want to make it like a skull, and I'm going to use what they call foam clay. It's really amazing stuff. The krill, it's pretty much clay that you can mold and shape. And all you need is water. You don't need no glues, and it's carvable and shapeable. And when it dries, it's foam. It's light. So you ain't going to worry about being heavy and dragging your layout down when you get it done. It's real workable. So I figure, I'm just sharing my ideas and what I've seen. I do a lot of things, so I figure I'll share something like that with you guys, because, like I said, it's easy to work with, and it ain't real expensive, and you don't leave a mess with regular form of carving. It's just, you shape it like clay first and do a little carving. So you can get a lot better details without all the carving and making a big mess with foam. Like normal foam.
I just realized I have a problem. I am short on bundling.
Well, I got a couple I can send you. I got a bunch of gondolas in N-scale.
Say what, sorry, go on?
I said, if you need gondolas, I got several I can send you.
Are they end scale though, or?
They're in scale.
Oh, really?
Also, but yeah. I'm just trying to downsize my collection of things, because I live in a small apartment. I can't have a lot of stuff, so I decided letting some things go and keeping some things.
Ah, yeah.
Like my 0-30. I really like that scale. I like my scale stuff, but I can't have two layouts. I decided I'm going to let the N-scale stuff go. I'll keep a few things. I got a 2x2 layout that don't have no, it's just a circle, but it's a complete world. In fact, I think I have a video on YouTube of it, but I just decided I'm going to keep a few of my good locomotives, and as long as people pay to get them to them, I'll give them to people. I'd rather change go to a home that are being used than try to make a buck. I'm not out to make money, I'm just out to...
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'll definitely talk to you after. Because yeah, like I've used two gondolas on, because at the moment I've got two gondolas on that freight train over there, which I've got full of railroad ties. So that's part of the small motor train that I built. And
I can't afford how many I have, but I'll let you know. It's quite a few. I don't use a lot of them. I know I got two, what do they call it? Micro marks gondolas, but I also got some Bachmann gondolas, which are not as detailed, but you can work them and make them look good.
I don't need them extremely detailed because I just need one or two gondolas for the scrapyard siding, so that way I can just fill up with scrap and
Yeah,
and I'll make them look beaten up. Like I'll get the soldering iron, beat up the plastic.
that's what they're supposed to look like. See, that's what I like. I like the old world works because that's how the railroad did it in the old days. They knew them to death. They worked them even after they should have died.
Yeah, but by the time they stopped using them was basically when the wheels fell off.
Yeah, and even then they put new wheels on it. It's like, okay, what's wrong? I was like, here, I'm doing a bunch of rail work in my town. And they got these old gondolas out there. I mean, the sides are just caved in. Tractors have beat them down. And it's like, my God. But they still use it. You'll still see them loading junk and stuff into like metals. And they'll just haul it off. But there'll be another one in that's just as beat up.
Yeah.
We have an iron recycling place here, and they had gondolas over there the same way, just full of junk, and just the sides just bent in, just weighted, and the metal's just bowed. It's like, wow.
Yeah, because they don't care. They just go, oh, another load.
Yeah, right. It's like,
yeah, because
I think the guys who work in that iron place, they are not kind. They just, like you said, they just drop, flip, bam. And their hearts like drop. And it's like, that poor car big
yeah, because that's my scrapyard there.
Yeah.
So I've got an overhead gantry crane, which I've got to get a hook in that for the roller. But then you got like steam, junk, cars. I've got a forklift, a bulldozer. I've got to get myself a magnet crane. But yeah, apart from that, all I need is like two gondolas to to sit there just to finish off the scene, really.
Cool. Well, I got some junkyard stuff also in that scale. I said, I'll get some pictures of some stuff and send it to you. You're on Facebook with me, right?
My Facebook currently has been disabled because their algorithms thought that my account was spam. So until all this this pandemic's over, I have to wait for their offices to open back up so I can actually talk to an April employee, but like, why is my Facebook locked down? Can you unlock it? Can I get back to it? So I guess the easiest way is if you just email the back on track email.
Okay.
And then I'll get your email from there.
Okay. Because I just figured I would rather people have some of this stuff than just letting it pile of collecting dirt and not ever being used. And this is to all the guys, it's like, I got a lot of stuff. I decided I've got to downsize my house. I got priorities that come first and secondaries, and some stuff just got to go.
Yeah, well, if you let me know what we'll do is just send me a name, just send a name off to the back on track email. And once you've done that, I'll grab your email, I'll go to my personal email, I'll talk to you on there, and I'll talk to you about what you still have and whatnot, and it might be a fair few things I might take off your hands. But I'm always building my collection. Like, I've got enough stuff for the moment, so I can run 1940s, 1950s, if not 2000s enough.
I gotta go, guys. I got somebody here, so
Nah, you got go. Yep, I'll talk to you by email.
You let her go. You let her do him. Bill.
Hey, Leslie's back.
Hello, Leslie.
Oh, what's happened to your frame?
Oh, I've got a bunch of different issues. One carol. I think it's the heat.
So let's see, I've got heavyweights, tread train, an ore train. oil train. I need to clean up tank cars. Got a couple other tank cars which I need to clean up. The Halloween train. Container, center beam. Car transporter. Box cars. Grain cars. And then I've got a set for my Rio Grande Southern. My collection's a lot smaller than I remember. Hey Steve.
Yes, sir.
Does any of your stuff have metal wheels on it? Like your freight cars and that?
Yeah, most of them do.
How good is it when they go over like a switch point and you just hear that clickety clack?
Yeah, I like that. Sounds good.
Oh, it's beautiful.
They work better than the plastic wheels too. But again, I recycle stuff, so some of it has plastic, some of it's got metal.
Yeah.
I try to keep, if one car has, one truck plastic, I try to keep them as matched as I can.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw the chat earlier, but I've been pretty much sick all last night and earlier today.
Really?
And let's see, what time is it now? 12:30. So technically, I woke up 7 hours ago.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
So what, the stomach thing or what?
Yeah, some sort of tummy bug. Like the best way I can describe it right now is I feel like someone's just been punching me in the gut.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, like last night I just had, like my stomach was turning and it was just painful and I ended up throwing up a couple of times and I just couldn't, I could not sleep.
People think they got the 24-hour flu when in fact they've actually got food poisoning.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't really eat anything that could have given me food poisoning. Like I had a bag of chips, some Coke. Just basically junk food, really.
Yeah.
Which, isn't out of the ordinary for me, but yeah, I don't know. Well, the only thing I can think of is, maybe when I changed my son's diaper at one point, I didn't wash my hands properly and I ingested something from changing his nappy and my gut's like, oh.
Now, do you guys eat much chicken there?
Sorry?
You guys eat much chicken? Like, poultry?
Chicken. Well, the wife works at KFC, but we haven't had chicken in the last 3 days.
Well, that's true. Yeah, she does work at KFC. Because, a lot of people, when they prepare, chicken, and if they don't clean up properly, you can get a little salmonella from chicken. And we're really, really meticulous about, keeping, anything having to do with working with raw chicken away from or cleaning up afterwards. Because a lot of times people get, my stomach's been messed up for, the last day and then I feel fine. It's usually that. They got, picked up because a little, it's not, they're not sick. They got food poisoning for something, some little bacteria.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, because Crystal doesn't work at KFC, she knows how to handle the chicken and that, because obviously if they didn't know how to handle chicken properly, there'd be a lot of, lawsuits because of food poisoning.
Sure.
So every time it comes to chicken, I'm just like, honey, you take charge of the cooking.
But as a general, I don't think most people do. They don't do that.
Maybe on my phone, What's with the giant finger, Leslie? What are you talking about, giant finger? Or are you talking about the hand of God that enters the layout?
Hey, Shannon.
Yeah.
I don't know how quick it'll be, but they've been working on installing fiber optic internet cables up to where I live, which would vastly improve my internet speed. I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh yeah, it will definitely improve speeds. Just depends how good your telecommunications companies are.
What's that?
Depends how good your telecommunication companies are.
True.
Because here in Australia, the company that actually installed the fiber optics in Australia are completely separate from the telecommunication company. So
yeah, I think this one's separate.
Yeah, which makes it very annoying because, you know, obviously the telecommunication company starts selling, you know, the fact they can use fiber optics and that. But then the company that's in charge of it turns around and goes, hang on a second, but we haven't told you that's going to be ready for another 2 years. And you're selling it already, what's wrong with you? Which happened a lot here in Australia, like, you know, a lot of our telecoms did that. And, yeah, and a lot of customers got angry because it's like, well, you promised us that, you know, we're going to get fiber optics in 6 months, but it's been, you know, 18 months.
Well, they've been working on near my house. We live on we're rural, you know, in southern Oregon, and we live on basically a dead end road. It doesn't go anywhere. Runs up the canyon and then stops, and we're about halfway up. And so, you know, there hasn't been an incentive for the utility company, i.e. our phone, to upgrade anything up here, just because of the lack of people. So it's, you know, it's a very old phone line system. But the last couple of months they've been running. It's a separate contractor. I think it's Spectrum, but I'm not sure. They've been running fiber optics up this area, and they're actually within a mile of our house. And I was talking to them, and they said that they're going to be running up the end of my road. I don't know when. I got to get a time frame on it.
Yeah.
And that's going to help a ton.
Yeah, well, if they run fiber optics, like, it will improve because, unfortunately, your house will still be what's called copper to the node.
It's what?
Your house will still be copper wire to the node. So the node is where everything junctions together before going to the, you know, the actual source of the internet or whatnot.
Right.
So here in Australia, we've got what you can either have copper to the node or fiber to the node. So fiber to the node is obviously going to be a lot quicker than copper.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, copper you still get pretty good speed. But, you know, the difference is instead of the copper speed travelling over, say, 100 miles, you're now talking, you know, that signal's only travelling 1 mile. You know?
Right.
And the thing is, like, with copper, there's only so much traffic that can actually go through copper. Whereas with fibre optics, you can actually have a lot more traffic go through it. So what it'll essentially be doing is, instead of you using copper wire to deal with all the traffic, all you'll have to deal with in copper is your connection to the node, and then from the node you're dealing with the traffic through fibre optics, not through copper. So like, as I said, like with me, I'm fibre optic to the node, so I get, you know, I'm on the minimum plan. The minimum plan is like, you know, as I said, 47 megabit download, which is heaps, you know. Whereas copper to the node, you're probably looking at maybe 25, 30. You know, so it's a little bit more over than half, but it's definitely still a lot faster than, you know, ADSL.
Well, all I know is anything's got to be better than what I got right now. So, it's got to be better.
Yeah, you'll be right.
Because the phone lines that run from our junction box where it comes into the house, all our phone wires in the house that runs our internet are all the original phone lines from 26 years ago, 27 years ago when the house was built. So, I mean, they're...
Oh yeah, well,
they're not...
that's the thing. Like with as you know, it's the same with anything. You know, copper, fiber optics. You know, it doesn't matter what you use. Over time, it degrades. You know,
Right.
The difference is with copper, when it degrades, the resistance gets higher. So the higher resistance means you have to pump more voltage, and the more voltage you pump means, you know, if you can only pump so much voltage to it, it's going to start. You know, you're going to start losing your signal. You know, kind of like in DCC, if you don't have enough electrical pickups, your LiPos tend to stall a lot. Whereas, you know, with fiber optics, when fiber optic degrades, it'll function, but once it's gotten to a point where it's completely degraded, there will be no signal at all. So, you know, instead of it being like an and an kind of deal, it's kind of like, oh, okay, the fiber optics failed, let's go replace this section. You know? But the other thing as well, which a lot of people that don't, well, I'm not sure how many people actually know, but did you know fiber optic is glass?
No, I did not.
Yeah, fiber optic is made out of glass. And then the glass is encased in an insulation to, you know, protect it. And the only reason it degrades is obviously over time when the ground heats up and cools down and there's shrinkage in that, you know, obviously the glass is going to expand and do the same, and then over time, you know, glass of that size eventually starts to crack internally. And the way fiber optics works is, if you think about it, it's kind of like a water pipe, right? And the water is actual light, so when the light hits the side of the fiber optic, instead of shining outwards, it just bounces back on refraction and keeps going down a straight line.
Is there anything that you don't know, Shannon?
Hey, I'll research a lot of stuff.
I guess so.
Yeah. Like you should like there's a video on YouTube, you should see what they do to make fiber optics. Like, it's a factory. The factory is like 5 or 6 stories high, right? And they get this big, you know, pot full of glass that they superheat to start melting. And then down at the bottom, they have like a small funnel which, you know, is controlled by computer. And then what they do to start it off manually is they open up the tube, right, which lets out a blob of glass, and then they close it. And what it does is, as that blob of glass falls down with gravity, you know, it starts to stretch the glass behind it. You know, kind of like when you got like a goo. You know how you get the blob of glue, you got the blob at the end, and then you got that string that follows behind it.
Right.
So they do that, and then what the computer does is it scans the sides of that trail behind it, and they set it to a certain thickness. So what it does is once it hits the thickness it needs, it controls the opening of that pot. So it lets the glass out just quick enough so that way that glass stays at that strand. And then when it gets to the bottom floor, by the time it gets to the bottom floor, the glass is, you know, cooled down that you can handle it. The technicians cut off that glob, so it's just a thin fibre, and they send it down to conveyor belt, which then gets rolled up into a big roll. And they end up making...
How do they keep it flexible? I mean, you know, glass...
Well, when you look at the composition of glass, glass is made out of sand, and the main component of sand is silicon.
Right.
So silicon, you know, what you look at, you know, silicon core, you know, it's very, very flexible. Right? That's just one form of silicon, but glass being, you know, is actually quite flexible when it's thin enough. Like have you ever seen videos of a wine glass under vibrations of sound?
I have, yeah.
So when you look at it with the naked eye under normal light, it just looks like a normal glass. But when you look at the same glass under a strobe light, you can see how much that glass is actually reflecting under the sound waves.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to look it up, look up wine glass breaking under sound strobe light. And yeah, and you'll see how much glass actually moves. Like if you haven't seen that, have you ever seen a video of a slow motion of a golf ball getting hit by a golf club?
No, haven't.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if you've seen a video like that, then you'll understand how much glass flexes, because it's almost similar with a golf ball under slow motion. Like when you look at a golf ball, it's nice and round, but when you hit it with a golf club at speed, you know, the size of that golf ball goes from a circle to almost a squashed egg. It's actually quite amazing to look at.
Yeah, I like slow motion photography.
Yeah. Actually, Steve, I was going to say, do you need any signals for your layout?
I don't have any signals for
No, but do you need any?
Sure.
Because I ordered some LEDs from China, right? But they're nano LEDs, and they're 3 colors. So you can have like you can have a single hat signal that emits red, green, and yellow.
Oh, that's cool.
So I'm gonna have one signal hat with the 3 different signal lights.
Oh, so it's basically a searchlight signal. Okay.
Yeah, a single searchlight signal. So instead of having like a conventional double hat or double searchlight signal, you have a single hat searchlight signal with just the 3 colors in the one signal.
Well, that's what we used to have on the Santa Fe when I was running.
Oh, really? So it's just a single searchlight with the 3 colors in the one globe.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, well that'll work because yeah, I've got these LEDs coming in there. They're quite small. So I'm gonna try and design a signal to work out of them, and then yeah, it's basically 4 wires. You know, one's common ground, and the other 3 is red, yellow, or green.
Cool.
You know, and
yeah, they were starting to transition to the 3 light signals right after I left. They were converting over to them because the old singles, the searchlight signals were really a lot of high maintenance to them because of all the moving parts, and they were trying to eliminate that. With the tri-signal lights, and that's why the railroad has gone to those. And actually, they've gone to a lot of them are doing LEDs, and I understand. I never used them, but the crews that are using the LEDs don't like it because they're much more difficult to see.
yeah, no, LEDs. Well, here's the thing: LEDs that have a longer life expectancy under usage, but the efficiency to project light is lower unless you use a certain power LED.
Yeah, they're complaining that they're very difficult to see.
Well, if they're using the very early designed LEDs, then yeah, it's going to be very difficult to see. But the new LEDs you can buy now, such as what they use with headlights, they're just 10 times brighter. But they're actually quite a large glass lens as well. Like, yeah, it all has to do with lumens and that. Like, you know, like I know with traffic lights and that here in Australia, they use standard LED, you know, 5mm LEDs. You know, with about maybe 1/8 of an inch in diameter, kind of thing. So they're still kind of small, but you know, for traffic lights, they're quite okay. But if you think about it, you've got a 1.5, or say 3-inch diameter lens, and it's got like 30 LEDs in the center of it. You know, and that was the early in Teep's design. Whereas now the new ones, they'll use an LED which is about 1.5 inches in diameter, right? But those LEDs are so powerful, like you can use them as a torch.
Wow.
You know, so with the filter behind it, you know, they're quite bright and you can see them quite far away. Which I think is what they used to use in railroads, because, you know, you can actually see them from far away. You know, with a traffic light on a car, you know, you don't need to see it that far, you need to see it
Right.
You know, you just see it.
See, that's the thing with the LED, or with the old searchlights that were really good, is you could see those a long way away. And that really helped a lot when you're running a train, because the further down the road you can see what you're doing, that gives you, you know, time to set up your train if you're going into siding or you're stopping or such.
Well, it even falls down like if you've got a red emergency stop, you know, if you can see it from far
Exactly.
away, you can go, okay, I don't have to slam the emergency brakes on right now, but I can put the train under heavy braking right now if I need to.
Exactly, because you did not really want to put a train in emergency if you could avoid it, because once
you
do
burn
that,
up the brakes and you lock things
the
up.
train takes over.
Yeah.
Well, the train takes over. You lose control of it, and it's going to do what it's going to do. The slack is going to run in, run out, and it's entirely possible to derail a train putting it into emergency.
Well, exactly. You've pretty much lost traction altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not so much that. It's the slack, because each car is going to brake differently, particularly in emergency.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When you got wheels slipping, you know, there's no way to gain that control back unless you can get those wheels rolling again.
Well, they don't slip. You put a train in emergency, the wheels are not going to slip. They're going to turn. It doesn't lock the brakes up that much where the wheels slide.
Okay.
It might on the locomotives. That's a little different story, and that's what anytime you put a train in emergency, you had to. They called it bailing off the engine brakes. With you have two brake systems up in the cab of the locomotive. You have what's called the independent brake, which is strictly for the locomotive. And then you have what's called the automatic brake, which is your train brakes, which will also actuate the locomotive brakes if you want to. But anytime you would use the train air, you would take the independent brake handle and depress it. And what that does is it nullifies the actuation of the brakes of the locomotive. So you make a air set on your train, and then bail off the locomotive brakes so that they did not set up. But if you put a train in emergency and you don't bail off the locomotive brakes, they probably will slide. And I don't know why that's the case. The cars won't, but the engines will.
I guess because the locomotive is the source of the braking.
Yeah. Well, and two, it's like if you're on a descending grade, that's also an issue with putting a train into emergency, because once you do that, you lose the dynamics on your locomotive. There's a dynamic brake interlock, a DDI, and so if you have a head end of your train is in full dynamics going downhill, and your train goes in emergency, you lose your dynamics immediately. They just drop right off. And And so you would be taught to, if your train did go into emergency and you're in dynamic braking, you would immediately grab the independent brake on the locomotive and apply locomotive brakes. So your head end's going to run out. If you've got four big jacks on the head end, you're looking at 1,000 tons of locomotive on the head end of the train that are going to run out. And that's where you get the braking tubes coming.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But but back to the LEDs thing. The reason they go to LEDs is because I know with obviously searchlight signals, as you said, they've got a lot of moving parts and whatnot, but the actual globe, they're only designed for say 15,000 hours of operating time, or so many uses before they glow. Whereas your more conventional LEDs these days are rated for 100,000, 200,000. Some of the bigger ones are rated for 300,000 hours.
Wow.
So you won't be needing, you don't need to change an LED for, for a couple of years, easy.
Well, see, that was my question when we were talking about you making that 4-light strobe for my ride-on train. And you said that they last so long. I have no idea why that you see those.
Yeah, well, it's like BMW. They designed what's called laser light. And the way that works is it's 3 laser diodes in the headlight assembly, and they've got a couple of mirrors in the headlight assembly which shines the laser into a glass cube, and the glass cube is filled with sulfur oxide. And the thing is with sulfur oxide, if you hit sulfur oxide with the correct frequency of light, right, it'll actually shine a bright white light. And the reason they did this is, one, because they're using a laser LED diode, which, has, as I said, 100,000 hours of runtime, easy, minimum. But the other thing as well is they can now make a headlight that weighs, say, 4 pounds. They can now design a headlight which only weighs half a pound. Because all I really need to do is just put, the plastic lens, make the skeleton body to hold the laser diodes, and have the glass section on it, and that's it. There's next to nothing left in them. Anyway, I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Actually, I will do. Step away for a second. I'll leave this step front and I'll be right back. Hey, Shannon.
I'm not back.
And you're back. Hey, what time did you start this stream this morning?
9:30ish my time. So I've been running it for 4 hours now.
Hey, good morning, Nora. I just noticed Northern Ohio Railroad action just jumped in.
Yeah.
Welcome to the craziness.
I still reckon you could convert to DCC and get a pro throttle.
In time, maybe. Maybe. Who knows?
That, or maybe we can design a somewhat of a pro throttle for DC for you.
Yeah.
Let's add one more card. I keep misplacing my super glue. I need to find it in my pocket.
I love thunderstorms, Nora. I think they're cool. We don't get a whole lot of them out here. Well, we get enough, but not. We get enough to start our summer fire.
So what, sorry?
Well, Nora was saying that they just had a good thunderstorm roll through, so he's wide awake and watching. And I was just saying that we get thunderstorms around here too, but they're the ones that generally start our forest fires. So we don't like them, you know, but I think they're pretty cool. I think they're fascinating from a distance.
Oh, you need to see some of the thunderstorms we get here. They're beautiful. Like, I'm just trying to remember, there was this one time, there's a place kind of, it's not local to me exactly, like, it takes me about half an hour to drive to it. right? And anyway, there's a thunderstorm happening over the bay. You know, because, you know, Melbourne weather is one place could be nice and clear skies, and another section could be cloudy, and then another section could be, you know, a complete shitstorm.
Sure.
Anyway, so we're up on this mountain looking over into the bay, and we could see this thunderstorm coming over the bay. You know, me and a few mates. And the lightning strikes that were going into the ocean was just, my God.
Yeah.
You know, it was just stunning because, you know, you could stand there. You know, we weren't getting all the bullshit of the rain and hail and whatnot. You know, we just had, you know, some of the wind. And yeah, we're just looking over the bay and just seeing these lightning strikes going, and the water just lighting up, and it's like, whoa!
We had a thunderstorm here this spring, a couple months ago, where we got quarter-sized hail here, and that's the biggest I've ever seen. I mean, that's unusual around here. It was huge. They were huge. Those are the ones that dent your car.
Cool. I'm just sitting on the floor at the moment.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, Nora, we're in the middle of a huge drought this year. We're just really hurting. Our snowpack is non-existent, and it's not a good thing. We didn't get a lot of rain last year. Which we desperately need. Well, we're lucky, you know, Nora. We're lucky if we get a thunderstorm that comes with rain, then it's less likely it's going to be starting our forest fires. But you know, it's the ones that come in dry that's the ones where we really get the problem. And so far, the couple that we've had have come with a lot of rain, so that helps.
Yeah. Just category electronics.
Still there.
Hey,
Claude.
Mr. C. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, my friend?
I'm good now that I'm done working.
You're working.
Love driving 45-minute job, especially when I'm charging for it. So we still on beans?
Yeah.
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 All right.
Yeah, I just got on a little while ago. Well, no, I guess it's been more than that, hasn't it? I got on here about an hour ago. Something like that. Just been out here effing around.
Yeah. Well, I've got a couple of boxes full of trees I can plant.
How many did you get made?
Well, I don't know, because I had a package of 44 and then a package of 70, but I still got quite a bit in the 70. We finished the package, the bigger one, so the package of 44. But I don't know how many was in there. I didn't count them. But I'd already made a bunch. So let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 17, 18, 19, 24. So about 23, 24 of the bigger, pine trees.
Okay.
And then they wanted to make some of the aspens too. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those.
Well, what I can guarantee you is you'll lose track. You'll lose count.
I don't even try to keep track of it. I wouldn't even have counted them had you not said something. I mean, I knew what size the packages were, but no, they probably made more. They made more than 25 because they made several out of the package of 70. But I just stuck them in this box. I didn't count them all.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they did good. Granddaughter liked them when they looked like this.
Oh, that's a good one. Nice.
Now I got to find a drill bit I can drill into the hard shell with. What is all that weird noise?
I've got music playing in the background.
Gotta be Shannon.
Oh,
I can turn it off if you want.
it just sounds real garbled. It's really weird sounding.
Yeah, I also got the trains running, which
Now that may be what I'm picking up.
yeah, I'll turn the music off. Can't really hear it over everything now.
So how did Tulsa survive that rally? What? Just curious.
Just fine as far as I can tell. They didn't have any, as far as I can tell, they didn't have any problems. I didn't watch any of the news, but one lady I know, she saw the news that said that somebody was trying to start something downtown, but they quelled it pretty quick and nothing really came of anything.
That's good.
Oh, Nora shared the stream out, so we might get more people joining us.
Oh. I'll stay on as long as I can. I still have adult stuff I'm gonna have to do at some point. I hate that.
Ugh. Ow, 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 ow.
Don't do that.
That's what happens when you put your knee into a zipper. Well, they can stay like that.
Whoops.
Hey, Claude, Nora wants to know what you're working on. He says, what are you working on, Mr. C-Traps?
No, I'm working on, I'm planting some more of these trees. All these trees that my wife and daughter and granddaughter helped make Sunday for Father's Day. They did that for me for Father's Day.
Hey, Human City.
Hey, Humanity City, how are you doing this morning?
Actually, that is one question that a lot of people ask Human City or Humanity. Is it Human City or is it Humanity or is it a bit of a mix of both?
I vote for a mix of both.
I think it's isn't it Humanity Junction or something?
Yeah, but it's got
I'm
the
confused
C
too.
in the middle, which confuses a lot of people. Like I know Ali was asking that the other day, and I never really thought anything of it. I always say Human City Junction. Oh, and now I actually know his name. His name is Heath.
Is what?
His name is Heath.
Oh, Heath. Okay. I will try to remember that, Heath. I'm terrible with names.
Yeah, only reason I know because Leslie's gone, hi Heath.
Oh, that wasn't too easy.
Okay, now put you back up.
Okay, Heath, so can you please explain to us what your actual YouTube name is? Is it Human City or Humanity? Or is it a mix of both or what? Did I see your message at 11:20? I'm not sure who's 11:20 you're talking about.
Shannon doesn't use a clock.
I can't anymore because every time I use a clock, it's like, are we talking my time, your time, their time?
Exactly.
Like I've taken on the saying from the Truman Show: "Good morning, good evening, and good night."
Well, somebody said Zulu time, and I don't even know what Zulu time is.
Military time.
Military time.
Yeah, because in the phonetic alphabet, Z is Zulu.
Roger that.
And the reason for that is something to do with there's an African tribe or something that the British went to war with or something like that, and they were known as the Zulus. There's a movie about it.
Yeah.
Or about the tribe anyway.
Michael Caine.
Sorry?
Michael Caine.
Is that the actor in it?
Yep.
Yeah, Zulu was the helmsman for the Enterprise.
Oh, hello.
Just kidding, that was Zulu.
There we go, some old school heavyweights.
Well, I'm putting mine on too, so.
You guys are cheating, you're running trains.
Yeah. Some of us can. That wasn't very nice, was it?
Yeah, well, you know. It goes
Okay,
around, comes around.
Heath says that he's got a video that explains the origin of his name. No, sorry,
Okay.
Nora has the explanation. That might describe humanity's name, and Heath says the name comes from a city project that we were going to propose. It was about humans navigating the city. The wayfinding kiosks were going to be humans. So we came up with the name Humanity or Human City to describe the project, but the project never went anywhere. And he got the name.
There you go. Thank you for that. Now I don't have to go look it up.
And you've got like a little short module railroad, right? You've got like a couple main lines, and I think I saw a video. Was that yours? Where you had 3 locomotives running kind of by themselves. It had a little nice looking little street lined with houses and a station platform. Was that yours? I think it was. Okay, Shannon, I've got 12 heavyweights behind an ABBBA set of Alco FA2s.
Nice.
That's if they run good. We'll see. See if I come around here.
I was going to say, Steve, they might run a little bit better than my microtrains heavyweights.
I don't know what make these are. It's
they're probably Atlas River.
Well, it's running a baggage, 2 RPOs, then 4 coaches, the diner, 2 Pullmans, the diner, and then an observation.
2 diners?
2 diners.
When in reality, it's a diner and a bar. That's how it should be.
And the other train's running 2 bit train helpers.
Humanity Junction, Kate says the last video has the 3 Lakers running as you described, Steve.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I think I commented that good things don't necessarily come in well, I mean, good things come in small packages. Just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's better. Oh, Leslie, how I get 2 mid-train helpers? I just try to get anything that I have that runs sort of kind of the same speed, because you can't speed match DC. You kind of have to hope for the best.
Actually, the only way I can think of speed matching DC is if you put a resistor on the motor and adjust the resistance to the motor to adjust the voltage independently.
Uh-oh, what the hell did I do? Train wreck. What happened? How did I do that? Oh, shit. Oh, don't laugh, Claude. You know me.
I love listening to you struggle.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, that's what's great about DC, man. You forget the line of switch, and next thing you know, it's going down the wrong track. And switches are lined against it, and everything drills.
Actually, Claude, I was describing to my wife how you hand laid all the track.
Say that again, Sam.
I said I was describing to my wife how you hand laid all your track and whatnot.
Oh, yeah?
And she looked at me sideways and was like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Nah." I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "He's crazy."
And she's right. Yeah.
And that was after I told her roughly how big your layout was.
Well, it's a lot bigger than yours, but it's not huge as far as an HO layout goes.
Yeah.
You know, it's more than a switching layout, but it's not as big as what you usually see at, say, Model Railroad or someplace like that, by far.
Oh, yeah, but still, like, you know, she's the kind of wife where she supports me and my hobby, but she doesn't understand it to its intricacies.
Oh, yeah, my wife's the same way.
Not mine.
She's glad I've got something that keeps me out of her hair.
Mine's just happy that this keeps me out of the bath. Look at that, my Challenger and the heavyweights.
Yeah, speed matching DC is a pain in the butt. I'd have to find ones that like to run at the same speed, and then I'd have to keep them pretty much together. I can't swap power out a lot.
Oh, that's nice, Shannon.
I'll jackknife trains right and left.
Yeah, they're micro trains, heavyweights.
I like to get past your train. I'm going with on the standard gauge. I'm going with the 65-foot arch roof coaches. They look better on the tighter curves.
Actually, you'll appreciate this, Claude. So when I started getting my Rio Grande Southern stuff together, I bought some N-scale passenger coaches. Trying to see what brand they are. The Rapidos.
Okay.
And I completely repainted them after doing a lot of homework to try and figure out what year I want to do them in. That's how they came out.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see if I can get over there. Turn the light off so I can see. Oh, looks nice.
Yep.
I can't read the writing. What's the writing on it?
Rio Grande Southern.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, like I've got the correct green. For ages I was trying to find the correct grey. Found that for the roof. Micro train couplers, and yeah, I've got a set of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 passenger cars and 2 baggage cars.
Yeah, and if you go up to ride the Denver, the Durango Silverton, or the Cumbres and Toltec railroads, narrow gauge in Colorado, New Mexico, they have those coaches. Now
Yeah.
they're painted in their colors, but they're still their coaches.
Yeah.
They've taken what ones they could find and just refurbished them, rebuilt them, but they rebuilt them to the same specs.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise I've got a couple of cabooses, which they're not the correct era cabooses, but they're still quite small. So,
Oh yeah, everything was small in the narrow gauge.
Yeah. So I've used those as well, because these are meant to be like the steel plated cupola cabooses. And then apart from that, all the box cars I'm running are I think the biggest box cars I'm running is 40 foot.
Yeah, that would be right.
Yeah, everything
Most
else
of them were 30 foot. But yeah, they did have some 40 footers.
Yeah. Well, I think I've got a few 30 footers here. I'm just checking.
Well, early on, all they had were 30 footers.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say they're maybe 35 foot. But who's measuring an end scale?
Yeah, exactly.
Because like
as long as it looks the part, that's what you go with.
Yeah. Yeah, because apart from that, I've got obviously I've got the two what's it called, Galloping Gooses, and I also got two consolidations.
I picked up another Galloping Goose. I found one with the Pierce Arrow body on the front.
Oh, nice.
Those are getting hard to find.
So now you got two more to get, don't you? To have the full collection?
Well, I won't bother getting the full collection. I paid more than this one was actually worth just to get that Pierce Arrow body because I didn't want to go through an auction, so I did a buy it now, and it was probably a little overpriced. It's a Lambert, it's new, but I ran it, it's DC. I ran it on the track, on my test track for, up and back about twice each direction, and it quit running. So I just took it downstairs to the shop, and I plan on putting probably a new motor in it anyway, and a decoder and all that stuff. So
yeah, like one of those.
I'll open it up and figure out what's wrong with it, but it's probably something simple.
Yeah. What kind of motor are you going to put in? Like a can motor or?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to put like a can motor in it or?
Yeah, I don't know what's in it. It was fairly quiet actually. All you could really hear were the gears. Because there's not much to those things, man. This one's a brass one, but it's real thin brass, and it acts like a little drum almost. So any vibration, it kind of magnifies that. That's another thing I would probably try to do is maybe put something in there to help with the sound, with it vibrating that brass body.
Yeah.
But it looks really nice. Like I say, it's brand new. It's just old stock because it's a Lambert, and they haven't made those for years and years.
Yeah, they've probably been out of production for like what, 5 years now, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah, it's a Japanese model, so I don't think they've been making anything in Japan for a long time.
The Japanese model, then. Oh, you know what it might be? Because a lot of people don't understand this, but with oil tends to, over time soak up into things.
Oh yeah.
And grease. So it could be possible the grease has soaked up into the bearing of the motor and it's gotten into the brushes.
Yeah. I figure it's something simple. I mean, it ran. The first up and back were pretty smooth, and the second one it hesitated a little bit, and then then it got up to one end, and I couldn't get it to come back or go the other direction. So it's something simple because it didn't burn the motor up. I know that.
Yeah. Do you have like a rolling road?
No, I don't.
should get one. They're actually quite useful because you can just literally stick it on the track and then run it.
Well, I probably will when I get to put decoders on everything.
Yeah, because then at least that way with the rolling road, you can sit the loco on a piece of test track, put it full ball, full speed, and not worry about it running off the end of the track.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'll be right back.
Thanks for the warning.
Well, then I'm not coming back.
It just gets better and better, doesn't it?
Actually, Claude.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard of the RR amp meter?
The RR what?
Amp meter.
No.
Because I got this ages ago. I only installed it the other night. Oh, crap.
Oh, one of them. I've seen them. I don't have one.
Yeah. It's actually quite good because you can actually use it just to test the track with the terminals as attached. Or you can actually wire it up in series to the, your DC power supply and the track. And you can actually see how much voltage and how much amps you're using.
Yeah. Well, I've seen them. I've seen people use them.
See, unfortunately, I need one because there's been a few times where I've noticed the amps starting to crawl up on my, when I'm using like the PowerPad Pro on my NCE system, it's got a setting you can see the amps. And the few times I've had a locomotive blow up is basically when I see those amps start to climb up for no reason. It's not like I've added another loco or anything to the track, it's just that the amps just start going up and I don't know why. And then next minute I start getting locos with issues and then, like the last one was an Appen Challenger with an MRC decoder. And it just all of a sudden stopped running and I thought it was just kept clipping the turnout, shorting out of the turnout. But then after like 20 minutes, it just completely stopped, and I don't know why. Went to go pick it up, and as soon as I touched the tender, all the plastic around the tender was nice and soft.
Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, so I just immediately pushed the loco over and just let it sit there for 20 minutes. Didn't touch it, then I picked it up, and luckily the tender, didn't distort in shape. But man, that was annoying.
Yeah, that's when you go, oh crap, I just ruined it.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be, well, I don't know if you know, because I don't know if you ever had one, but my first train was an old Lionel, one that you got, I got it in the early 60s for Christmas.
Oh, the 3-track ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'd run those things, and of course, they would just stink to high heaven all the time. And I kind of got to where I liked the smell, that electrical smell. It was the brushes is what it was, and the motor.
Oh, yeah, they just scream.
The longer you ran it, the more it would smell, and yeah. Very distinct smell.
Yeah, I remember that smell.
Yep. Well, Steve, did you ever take yours and start shoving stuff under the track to make a mountain?
No.
I started way back then. I'd take stuff and stick under the tracks, and the train would come up and go over like a teeter-totter.
Yeah. Actually,
no, I don't think I did that.
Now, what I used to do is, the train sets you used to buy your kids that run on plastic track and whatnot, and it's battery operated.
Oh, yeah.
iScale. Mum bought me a few of those, and one day I'm like, I want my train to actually have smoke. So what did I start doing? I started sticky taping, you know the sticks of essence that you light up and they smoke.
Uh
I started sticky taping them underneath the loco. Oh, Mum wasn't happy. I went through like a box of incense in like a day. And you look underneath the loco and there's just a melted plastic line.
I've actually got an incense burner that's a little steam locomotive.
Oh, nice.
Picked up at a little place in town about 30 miles north of here. And then this incense I got for it, because God, I hadn't burned incense since high school. But the incense I got for it is, it's a wood smell. I can't remember what it is now. I'll think of it here in a minute. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's got the little track separate, and you put the incense on the track, and then you set the loco over the top of it, and it smokes out the stack. It's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah, I've got a circuit breaker as well, Heath. I think from memory I got it set to 3 amps. I'm going to double check it. I'm going to look at it now. Actually, I'm not going to lower setting. Oh, where's my phone? I need to look at instructions.
Okay. How's that look?
Looks beautiful.
Oh, that's great, Claude.
I still got lots of trees here.
Yeah. That one's good, though.
Whoa. Knocked it over. Bad thing is I don't have any good vantage points to show to set the camera in. Unless I set it way over. Yeah, that's too far away.
Yeah, I've got it set up for 2.5 amps on my unit. I really got to wire or put all that away into some sort of box. At the moment, it's just all hanging out, free in the wind. Hey, Steve.
Yes, sir.
You should do what I've done with a couple of my flat cars and gondolas.
What'd you do?
Well, let me just stop the train and I'll show you.
You what?
So let me just stop the train and I'll show you.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple of flat cars there, Steve.
My screen's too small. I can't tell what it is.
Wheel cars.
Oh, wheel cars. Okay.
Yep, and then I've got a couple of flat cars with 39-foot rail. And then 2 gondolas which have got some balsa wood in the bottom, and then on top of it I've glued some railroad ties.
I've got one with track panels. How about, does that count?
Well, that's the thing, I didn't use a track panel. What I did is I got some balsa wood, cut it so it fitted perfectly inside end scale rail. So that way I could mount the rail directly onto the flatbed. And then I glued it down, and then I added the wheels on top.
Okay.
It looks a lot better.
Shannon, do you have the ability to print out little small signs for things?
I'm currently in the middle of actually trying to, because I want to get some, some stop signs, some speed signs, and whatnot for my road.
Because I need a little sign for this little guy right here. I need one that says Chris Brewing.
Oh, if it's something like that, that's easy. I've got a colour printer.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to... Actually, the N-scale boxcar, that's on its way. See?
Yeah.
The N-scale travelling boxcar. When you get that, have a look at the... what are those numbers that's on the side of boxcars that tells you the gross weight and all that? What are they called?
The numbers on the side that can't tell you the gross rate.
Anyway, so on the N-scale boxcar, because I couldn't save, when I tried to paint, I couldn't actually save those units, so I had to retype them out on the computer and print them. And yeah, like they're actually quite legible. So, tell me how much bigger you need from that, and I'll print it accordingly.
Okay. Yeah. Because it's got a little sign that says National Freight Lines. I just want to put something over that says Chris Brewing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can definitely print it. I can print it on what's called like A4 card paper. So, the kind of card you make like your $2 business cards out of.
Right.
So.
And then I need a beer mug.
A what?
Put on the popper.
Oh.
The brewery sign symbol will be a beer mug. Private joke, huh, Claude? Actually, I had to kick on my air conditioner out here yesterday. It's gotten that time of year.
Oh, that's the other thing. My layout is now somewhat at the destination.
And what's the destination?
Well, my layout theoretically sits between San Francisco and Los Angeles, but also has an adjoining line which bypasses to Chicago.
Oh, there you go. That would be at Barstow.
I was gonna say, if you're doing the California to Chicago, that would also be the Bay Area too, on Santa Fe.
Yeah, could be any of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Because I
also,
know when I rode the Santa Fe from LA to Fort Worth, Texas, we stopped in Barstow and sat there for hours waiting on a train so they could add a couple of cars that were coming from the north. And then we went to Texas. That next morning was fun, man. Trying to walk in the train when he's going about 300 miles an hour.
Yeah.
All the coffee, orange juice all over the tablecloth instead of in the glass. But as a kid, it was fun, I can tell you that.
What was really fun was to be on the observation car when somebody flushed the toilet.
Oh, really? Just splash everybody?
those trees look real good, Claude.
Yeah, it does look pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I was trying to get an eye what it looked like, and I mean, I can see it here, but I can't really tell what it looks like on camera unless I turn the camera on it. And then,
With the camera, you can still see, you know, how it's meant to look, but you can't see the exact finer details, if that makes sense.
yeah. Well, it does, you know, they don't really have any real fine detail other than I took ground cover. I took fine turf, earth-colored fine turf and used for the bark on any of the exposed areas.
Yeah. Actually,
My wife, daughter, and granddaughter didn't get that done quite as good, but not too bad.
yeah. Well, I was going to say, you know what you should do now, which is this is what I suggested to Steve for his trees. You go outside, just find some dead leaves, you know,
Yeah,
dead petals and that, stuff like that. Put it in the blender and blend it. And then you use that for like bed fall underneath the trees, like dead leaves and stuff.
yeah.
Use a coffee grinder. The old coffee grinder works great.
I'll have to put in some dead trees and stuff like that too.
Yeah. It's funny, to make dead stuff, it's a lot easier than actually making stuff look alive.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I want a dead tree, I'll just go outside. Oh, I want it to look alive. Oh shit, now I've got to go buy it.
Okay, well that's pretty good. Now see, I still got to do up above this, but I need to put some more of the what's the name of that stuff? Fusion fiber up there. Okay.
Laura says the trains look great and stand out well. And he's saying that he's going to buy his own blender for the leaves to heat. And then he says he'll get the coffee grinder. Woo, that sounds a bit warm. $6.73. Oh, man, look here, my God. And I guess we'll run 721.
Well, that works pretty good for burnt tree effect. Fine black cinder.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's got texture to it, but it also is black like it's been burnt. Because that's the other thing, you know, you'd be going along the tracks on the train and you'll see where they'd had a fire from something, you know, whether it was man-made or a lightning strike or something, but it would have been contained at some point.
Yeah.
And it didn't spread to an all-out wildfire. And that's kind of what I'm going to do right up here in this one spot. Yeah, but that black fine cinder looks just like charred wood.
That's good.
Man, it's getting hot in here.
Take off all your clothes. You know that burnt motor smell you're talking about, Claude?
Yep. You getting it?
No, I was going to say the Buckman consolidations, they're really good for that. It's what you get when you have an exposed motor.
Yeah.
I'm back.
You warned us that would happen.
Did you miss me?
Oh, you know we did.
I know you did.
Missed you so much, it was like you were never there.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man, can you feel the love, Steve?
I'm so abused.
Yeah, but you like it. That's the difference, eh?
I do like abuse. If somebody's not abusing me, then I don't think they like me.
It's like nobody loves me.
Nobody loves me. They're being too nice.
What's Shannon hammering on now?
Is that it? Well, I am going to kill that switch.
Sounds like you already have.
Hello, Naughty Gamer. That's a new name. I don't think I've heard that name before.
Comes in, and then you go. Oh.
Well, that was quick and easy.
Look at that.
That's just all that is a little of that fine earth turf and mostly fine black cinder.
Wow.
And just
good.
I took those tree trunks and just painted glue, white glue on them, and then put the sprinkled that on there instead of using the spray glue. I used the white glue.
Wow.
A little less messy. And then had the one tree there still got a little bit of foliage at top that got scorched. Give it a little visual interest.
Nice.
Well, that was like what I was saying to Joel earlier before you jumped on, Claude.
What's that?
Usually people with small layouts tend to add a lot more detail to their layouts compared to people with larger layouts. Just for the sole factor of it's not because they have such a large layout they don't want to detail it. They don't have enough time to detail it all, but from an exhibition standpoint of view, a small layout, you want a lot of detail so people stick around to look at your layout for longer. Yeah,
because the track plan's not very big, so you don't want to lose them because of that, and so you put the detail into it. Yeah, and I've seen the guys that do the modules, and they it's almost all the things that you see at a train show anymore, the modules, but each individual module's got great detail in it.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Even though they end up with a big track plan, nobody's watching the trains go around. They're all looking at all the detail on the modules.
Yeah, like I remember this is here on the exhibiting layout I attend. There's a guy. He's got like it's just it's a layout on a loop, but the only section that you see is about 2.5 foot long, and it's a straight line. Got two main lines going past a couple of farm fields. Mm-hmm. And he's got a couple of chooks. Obviously underneath the mechanism is all magnetic, and the chooks have magnets inside them. So as the table turns, the chooks look like they're walking around and pecking on the ground. Yeah. He's also got a guy with a scythe. He's got a railroad crossing with boom gates. He's got all these small little scenes that actually are alive.
Yeah.
See, Leslie?
Well, that's what they did with the layout I first saw, which was down at the Pomona County Fair, or not Pomona County, the LA County Fair in Pomona. That's what they had on that layout, and it was a very, very large layout. But that's what drew me in, were all the little detailed scenes, the miniature scenes. I thought that was just really cool.
Yeah. And that's the thing, that's what draws people into a layout from an exhibiting point of view.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I know, because we also got a club that does the Lego.
Yeah.
And what they do is they've actually got interactive scenes for the kids. The kids would press a button and something would happen.
Uh-huh.
And you can imagine the kids would be there all day just pressing the same button and just trying to figure out what's happening.
Yeah.
Because you look at the button and you look in front of you and you're like, okay, what does this button do? There's 100 things in front of me that it could do.
Sure.
And then eventually when you figure it out, it's like, oh, cool.
Yeah. Well, they do that at the Colorado Railroad Museum. They've got that on their layout. And, of course, it's an operating layout. I mean, it's a club layout in there, I believe. But on the visitor side, where they've got the plexiglass, of course, you can't get into the room at all for a good reason. But they have a lot of push buttons out there that you can push that do animated scenes within the layout right there by the glass so the kids can see it.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like things like that also makes a good exhibiting layout too.
Yes.
Actually, maybe that's a
Well,
subject
that's
we
their,
can talk about.
that's their main focus is being there for the museum.
Actually, I was just thinking, maybe this will make a good subject for Trackside Live.
What's that?
What makes a good exhibition layout?
Yeah, what do you look at when you go to a layout or go to a train exhibition, train show?
Yeah.
What do you look at the most while you're there? That kind of thing. And why do you look at it? I mean, why does that hold your interest?
Or if somebody sees, or if you go to a private layout, what's the first thing that you either want to look at or jumps out at you?
Yeah. Well, that can always depend on the layout, I guess.
Yeah.
And what your personal interests are. But they had one in Model Railroader this last month that I saw I saw the video before I saw it in the magazine, and I was just like, wow, that is truly spectacular. It's a guy that did the Cascades, a route on the Cascades, and he's got hard shell scenery. That's what drew me to the video.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But then once I saw the first opening deals, you see the whole side of this mountain, and it goes the whole length of the room, and that's his track plan. He does the mountain on the front, and then behind it, he's got all this staging track, and I've tons of staging track back behind him, and it's just basically an oval setup. He's got a reversing loop in it, I'm sure, but trains come in and go in out from one end and the other end, and you never see them going to the other end of the layout unless they're right there on the front. Okay, that looks a little better there. Yeah, that came out pretty well. I like that.
Yeah, well, I reckon that'll be a good subject because, with my layout, because I do take my layout to exhibitions, like I go around and I talk to all the guys that, have their layouts there and whatnot, and, they're mainly club members and whatnot. They're not private layouts. But, some of the best layouts that, that draw the attention of a lot of people is, all the little ones always have all these intricate details for you to look at for ages. Whereas all the large ones, you have these massive scenes that just come to life.
Excuse me. Guess I could turn that back on, couldn't I? That's the other thing I need to go do is get some track lighting for this mountain.
For the inside?
No, on the ceiling out around it because there's no balance here. So I don't have any place to have light except room light, and I don't want to use these big fluorescents that I'm using right now in here. So I'll get a couple of strips of 4-foot strips of track lighting with 3 or 4 lights on it each, and then I can kind of spotlight spots on the mountain.
Yeah.
And light it up without it being just room light.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Actually, that was like a layout when I went and bought this massive collection of locos and rolling stock. It was a deceased estate. And you should have seen the layout this guy had built. Like, it was probably the same size as yours, Claude. but in N scale. And the way he designed it was you could either have one operator running it, or you could have up to 5 operators running it, because he had a main line big enough where you could probably run a locomotive, like a full train at speed, and it'll take maybe half an hour to do one loop.
Okay.
And then apart from that, he had like 5 or 6 industries, which the industries on their own could run by themselves. So you could have people, running an industry, each switching and, moving loaded cars and unloaded cars from certain sections, and you can have one guy running the main line, collecting, from one industry and delivering it to the next industry and vice versa. And the way he designed it was like, because it was in its own dedicated room and he had a computer running it as well, he had it set up so there was daytime and nighttime in the room. So he had all these downlights set up that gave you a nice warm orange glow, like a sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
But then they dimmed down, and then these other lights would light up to kind of give you the effect of moonlight.
Yeah.
And it was a great...
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that done before.
Yeah. But it was funny because he lived around the corner from me for years, and I never knew about him, and unfortunately the only time I did find out about him was after he died.
Yeah.
But I reckon if, I reckon if I knew him before he died, me and him would have gotten along like a house on fire, and I probably would have been around there every weekend running trains.
Yeah, probably would have. Instead of building your own layout.
Pretty much.
I'll be right back.
No worries.
Had to wash that glue out of that brush before it dried. Okay, next I think I shall go with some more fusion fiber.
That's actually a nice angle there, Steve.
What's that?
That's a nice angle there.
Keep trying to change it so it's keep looking at the same stuff.
Oh yeah, that is a good angle.
And I see you found the good use of railroad crossings when putting on your locos.
You know what? They actually work really good for putting stuff on the track.
Well, it's
They're
like
having the Atlas free railers. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing, Steve. Like a couple of bridges that I have, obviously you have to have stabilizers on them. Not stabilizers, re-railers on them, of sorts.
Yeah,
and I've just designed mine so that way, if I ever get a derailment, they re-rail the cars for me. Hey Steve,
Yes, sir.
you should get a couple of these for your rolling stock.
What is it? I can't see.
They're traveling boxes.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see, okay.
And they come in this nice little bag. Stack them
Oh,
too
that's
high.
cool. Well, I never travel anywhere.
I started to say Steve didn't go anywhere.
I never go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't, like I do go to exhibitions, but not every weekend. But they're good for storage.
Well, see, the problem is, you know, you have no life when you're quarantined and can't go anywhere, and your life doesn't change. Then you know you're really boring.
Yeah.
No, but I was going to say the guy that I buy these boxes from, he travels to the States every now and then. Because his wife's American. So next time I catch wind when he's over there next, I'll see if I can get. I'll see if you can buy some boxes of him.
Well, see, I'm still waiting for the ticket to go to Tulsa for 3 months.
I got cheaper labor.
Cheaper labor. Oh, well, that's true. Yeah. Well, that sucks. Man.
Alright, I think I'm going to call it a night.
You are?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel a bit crook again, and I'm starting to get a bit drowsy.
Okay. I guess we'll tell everybody go back and move on. I'm going to stay out here and fart around for a few more minutes.
Anyway, thanks for everyone joining us this evening.
Thank you.